So, first question is, would you rather have unlimited internet connection or unlimited battery life? Unlimited battery life or unlimited Wi-Fi? I'm not hearing. Sounds like most persons are saying battery life. The next question, life without internet or life without a smartphone? That's life without internet. Next question. Would you rather a smart house or a self-driven car? Next question. Life without internet or life without why not a self-driven car? Don't want to crash? That's life without internet. These cars are very smart. I don't think you will crash. The next question. Next question. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Or a device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven car? Find that. Don't want to crash? Next question. That's life without internet. These cars are very smart. I don't think you will be able to use their phone. The next question. Not be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven car? They don't find that. Don't want to crash. So the next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear. So you can phone. The next question. Not be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven car? They don't find that. Don't want to crash. So the next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear. So you can phone. The next question. Not be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven car? Speak up in the mic. They don't find that. Don't want to crash. So the next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear. So you can phone. The next question. Not be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven Speak
car?
up in the mic.
They don't find that. Don't want to crash. The next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear. So you can phone. The next question. Not be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven
Speak
car?
up in the mic. That Jesus answer you, man.
Don't want to crash. The next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear.
Anyone else?
So you can phone. The next
About
question. Not
that.
be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period. Device that without internet or live rewind. Why not a self-driven
Speak
car?
up in the mic. That Jesus answer you, man.
Don't want to crash. The next question. That's life without internet. This question I don't think you will hear.
Anyone
So
else?
you can phone. The next
About
question. Not
that.
be able to use their email. You have a virtual headset, a smart entrance for you to anytime period.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Anyone else? Adults? Lecturers? Teachers?
No,
Why? Why do you say?
because when people made robots, they put their own intelligence in the robot. So the robot doesn't have its own mind.
Okay, so you're saying that we are smarter than the robots. They're not
Yeah.
smart enough to take over.
Yes.
I share that same view on it. Anyone else?
I would like to say that the pandemic has taught us that,
Right.
you know, because we thought that you all would be so engaged online, right? I thought, but did you all want to go back to school? No? But some of us went, I don't know, some of us that I know, they dressed up and went back to school. So I realized that, yeah, I knew somebody who was really so excited about the computer after being in COVID and being at home so long ago. The day they got to go out to school was something. They forgot about mask, they forgot about disease, and they just embraced all their friends. Did that happen to you too?
Thank you very much. Has anyone heard of the Tesla bot? Anyone heard of that before? There is a robot that is able to lift things and so it's able to work in factories. It's made like in the format of a human. So it has legs, it has the arms, it has a head. And I think that in about 10 years from now, it will be able to do a lot more things. So next question. If you were asked to delete all apps on your phone and you're only allowed to keep 3 apps, what 3 apps would you keep? What 3 apps?
TikTok, Snapchat, and WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. So you're not going to keep your phone up to make calls.
I'll keep TikTok, Instagram, WhatsApp.
Anyone else? I would keep WhatsApp, email, and the phone up to make calls. Not here.
TikTok, WhatsApp, and Snapchat. Alicia?
Anyone else?
I keep WhatsApp, Facebook, you know about that.
But you will be able to download it. I will be. Yeah, I think I will.
I'll keep TikTok, Instagram, and the phone app to make calls.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing, and thank you everyone for participating. Now hand over to Master of Service.
All right, just a quick announcement. Do we have a student who's by the name of Genesis? Your father is downstairs. All right, so thank you to Mr. Darnell Scott for such a wonderful icebreaker. It was very interactive. I am now going to invite everyone to stand and stretch. Some of you are coming from very far. Please stretch. Stretch out the laziness and its weariness. Please stretch. Yes, man, stretch. Teachers as well. Yes, man, stretch well. All right. You can now have the All right, so I am now going to invite to the stage Ms. Shante Gibson to come and introduce our first presenter, Mrs. Sasha Lynch McInnes. Ms. Shante Gibson.
Good morning, everyone. Miss Sachelle McInnes is first a servant of God, an ordained evangelist and Sunday school superintendent at the World Harvest Mission Church. Sunday school has always been her favorite place to be, just to hear the young children identifying with Christ, listening to the group therapy for kids, and to hear their unfiltered stories of family members who are not obeying the word of God. She is also a lecturer at the School of Computing and Information Technology with a background encompassing the instruction of diverse modules, including Python, C programming, programming for data analytics, data visualization, theories in animation, etc. Mrs. McInnes attended the St. Hugh High School and furthered her studies with a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science at the University of Technology, where she also completed a Master's in Information Systems. She is the university's first metaverse researcher and is employed at the school's Sagicor Innovation Lab. Her extended reality team is at the lab currently working on a 24-hour access virtual reality bank. She continues to seek God first as her leader and guide in all that she does. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together and as we make welcome Mrs. Sachelle McInnes.
Unfortunately, Ms. McInnes is not yet ready to present. So we're going to give her a few minutes to get things in order. But for the time being, I'm just going to ask some questions. About technology. First question, how many of us utilize AI, ChatGPT? So you're telling me that no one in here uses ChatGPT? Not even the teachers, not even the lecturers? You use ChatGPT? How do you use it?
I use it to assist me with my biology lab. I use it to answer questions in this class. I use it to find stuff. It's really my group.
Okay. All right, so thank you for that response. So, I have a question. Do you think that ChatGPT is a force for good or a force for bad? Yes, I need to see some hands. Who said it is a force for good?
It is
It is a force for good? Why do you say that?
because where time is limited, you can go to ChatGPT and generate information. It also usually gives more than you ask for, in the sense that if you're not detailed enough, it will generate a lot of stuff, but you have to be detailed enough and ask for what you want. So I believe that it is a
Excellent. So I want to see, very near, those are the persons who believe that ChatGPT is a force for good. Raise your hand. No one believes that ChatGPT is a force for good? Not one person? One person? Okay, go ahead. Why is ChatGPT a force for good?
I think that it's reliable and it gives good information, but it also has to be how you use it. You don't have to use it to do your assignment for you, but you can use it to learn information for you. And this is where honesty and integrity come in.
Excellent. So,
Wanted to say something, especially those persons doing research. The references are sometimes incorrect, so you have to, that's a trick question, evil or good or evil, because it's everything that God made us, because we are God's creatures, right? And sometimes we create guns and stuff. Right? So we, ChatGPT can be used for so much good, but it can also be used for evil, and we have to know how to use it. You have to look at what it generates and see what it is that you want from it. So you have to know something. It doesn't mean that you should, a lot of persons feel that, okay, so I must just not think anymore. You have to think more because you have to check the sources and you have to check whether or not this is what you want. Is it do you want all the information that GPT is going to give you? Or do you want a small fragment of it? Very small. Sometimes I only want a sentence. I use it very often, but sometimes I generate something that I don't want. I have to know what I'm doing. All right? It means that we all have to be more wise. I don't see us becoming any jobs. I see us becoming brilliant.
Okay, so thank you, Mrs. Delphino. I want to comment the fact that you have acknowledged that you are somebody who uses ChatGPT. Many of us actually use it, but we just don't want to say that we actually utilize ChatGPT. So I would have realized that many of the persons did not raise their hand. I'm assuming that you believe that ChatGPT is not. I need to hear from some of the males. The males.
What is important to ask on our soul is that, because you mentioned that persons may use the AI, but do not want to acknowledge it. What teachers and principals and so forth, what can be done is to let them know that you can double check using the very ChatGPT or Bard or whichever one. You can use it to double check to see if you are using it and can cross-reference and check for everything. All right?
So, just to first be on the same page, so you are for ChatGPT, using of ChatGPT, or we should just use it responsibly? All of them. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, I believe that ChatGPT is actually a good thing for us to utilize. However, we should use it as an aid, not the foundation. All right? So use it responsibly. All right? On the topic of AI, Mr. Swati would have asked, do you think AI is going to take over our jobs as professionals? Do you think that? Do you see AI possibly substituting? Yes, Adam, yeah, go ahead. Yes, man, I want to see the males answer.
Yes, especially when it comes to
Please, sir.
especially when it comes to banking. For example, there'll come a point where you'll no longer need a human to file your accounts. There'll be a robot or AI to do it for you. And as well as security checks, you will no longer need humans to do it. Robots will probably take over that as well. Or manufacturing. A lot of businesses probably might be AI run, so there will be a need for humans, especially certain businesses. Like healthcare might get taken by robots to an extent, because there was a robot that was used to do surgery on a brain. So it's only a matter of time until surgery robots come into existence. But I don't see it taking over all jobs, but a good majority.
Excellent. And the truth is, many of us we actually use is artificial intelligence AI. We just do not know it. For example, the iPhone users. We're the iPhone users. iPhone users, you know that Siri is a form of AI. right? Siri. For my Android users, Google and Alexa, they are a form of AI. So we use it, we just do not know that it is AI. So when I asked the question at the beginning about if you actually use AI, many of you said no, but you're actually using it. All right? Is Miss McInnes ready for the presentation? Miss McInnes? So we are just going to give Miss McInnes a few minutes to set up. just a quick announcement. Who does this belong to? Well, alright. Seems that our presenter is not yet ready. We're going to invite the home ecology students to come and do their item for us. So please give them a warm welcome.
I'll say of the Lord that He is my refuge, my hope is built firmly on Him. I'll say of the Lord's light, He is my refuge, in Him will I put all of my trust. He's taking me daily from glory to glory, in Him will I trust. Some trust in chariots, some trust in horses. But I will remember the name of my God. He is a warrior. Yes, He is mighty. In Him will I trust. In Him will I trust. He's my defender, my shield and buckler. My hope is built firmly on Him. On mountains and valleys, my God is before me. So in Him will I trust. In Him will I trust. Some trust in chariots, some trust in horses. But I will remember the name of my God. He is a warrior. Yes, He is mighty. In Him will I trust. In Him will I trust. Come what may, I'll never doubt Him. I'm fervently praying and resting in Him, because He has a track record of never failing. So in Him will I trust. In Him will I trust.
just in horses.
But I
will remember the name of my God. He is a warrior.
Yes.
Yes, He is mighty. In Him will I trust. In Him will I trust. He is a warrior. Yes, He is mighty. In Him will I trust. In Him will I trust.
All right, give them another round of applause for that beautiful rendition. All right, let me also acknowledge Magasi High School and New Forest High School. Welcome to Technology Day 2023. Madam Young.
All right, so I've been inviting as many persons to come out. And so today we have a we are all very, very special. Everybody who's here, we are all very, very special in our own way. But we have a very special group here today, and they are from Mandeville. And it's interesting. I would like to find out from them, because they are celebrities. We're going to be hearing from their teacher, but they are celebrities in their own right, because they are winners. They were winners in a competition. And I would like to hear from one of these winners about their experiences. Why are you hiding? You know who I'm talking. Yes. So we have Mandeville Primary and Junior High in the house. Mandeville Primary and Junior High. I met them in the summer, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, I didn't know this was happening in Mandeville. And so I would like to hear some more about them. Their teacher will be a presenter, but I would like to hear more about their program itself. So who is the brave one? Will it be Genesis?
Genesis.
All right, let's hear from Genesis.
And she'll be supported by any other member of the team.
Yes. And so we have a fraction of the team today. So tell us about it.
Well, it felt nice winning a
There's a lot of
competition.
these.
It felt nice winning a competition for the first time. I was nervous at first when we were there because I didn't know what was going to happen or what was happening. So I felt a bit nervous, but then I realized that it was really simple. So I decided to just work with it.
What about the word skill?
Coding was very hard and to find the distances, but other than that, it was kind of easy.
All right, so Genesis, tell me something. All right, so tell me, so where did you go?
Kingston.
It was in Kingston, all right. And so it was your very first time going to
No, it wasn't.
Yes. And so what did you have to do?
Well, we had to work with each other in order to make this actually happen. So one of us did the building while the other did the coding. I was one of the coders.
And Genesis, Mrs., I know how old you are, but you're going to tell the audience how old you are.
I'm 9 years old.
Yes. And so what did you actually make, both with you and your, after you collaborated and so on, what did you make the robot do?
We made it move forward, then we made it turn right, and
Take the mic, please. Take the mic.
we made the we had a maze and there was a thing called a keyboard. It's kind of like a Rubik's Cube, but we had to make the robot lift the keyboard. And the obstacle was crazy because we had to come up with so much turns and the right movement and the right measurements. So, and if you didn't do the right movement or measurements, it would not work. And some of the other schools did other things that I was wondering what they were doing, but instead of looking at them, I looked at my own.
Okay. All right. So what could you tell parents who want to have their children do this? What could you say to them?
It's really fun doing it, and it helps you, it mostly helps you with math because you have to look at the distances and how it works, and you have to estimate how long it will take.
You have to estimate. All right, so let's hear some more about it because we learned quite a bit from you just now, you know.
Actually, tell them about the word skill.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Olympiad, yes.
So WRO was a really, really difficult. We had failure and we had achievement, but I was pretty nervous when I got there because the other schools were so much advanced. They had, but one thing that our coach told us is that we had more time to practice than they actually did. So we had more time to prepare ourselves than they did. But it was pretty chill because, you know, when we got there, we just had to, you know, code, make sure that the robot could finish the course. And when we got there, it was big. And
Like how, when we say big, like how many hundreds, as big as this audience?
not really, but like a portion of here. But people were looking.
Oh, we were observing you, and so you felt self-conscious.
Yeah, and at one point the robot broke. So it was a hard time deal to not have a piece of the robot. And the robot died.
So did you revive it?
We didn't have the charger, and one of our teammates decided to put the robot in a box. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And at this time, we are going to turn over to Mr. McNichol.
All right. So let me commend the principal for Mandeville Primary and Junior High School for having the students being active stakeholders in the landscape of technology. So commendations to you, Mr. Principal.
And we have been around from 2017.
Yes, you have been around from 2017.
Yes, all through COVID. We have some real expensive equipment there. Yes.
All right. Commendation to you, Mr. Principal. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but our first presenter, Ms. McInnes, she is ready to present. So please give her a warm welcome.
All right. So good morning, everyone. Very sorry for the wait. Very, very sorry. But you're going to understand why I took so long this morning. But first of all, I want to say thank you guys for inviting me here at your Technology Day. Thank you very much. And it is so wonderful to see young people gathered around the topic of technology. So I'm just going to tell you very quickly, when I was younger, I had other passions or ambitions in life. And I remember my father coming to me, he's overseas at the time when I was younger, just finished high school, and he's saying, what is the plan? What are you going to do? So I told him that I'm going to save and I'm going to go to aviation school, right? And to tell you the truth, my father was very frightened, right, about me flying an airplane and crashing and dying. He was very frightened. So anyway, he said, all right, I'm going to send you. And he said, what is the backup plan? So I didn't have a backup plan, but he told me at the time, so this was, let's say, 20 years ago. Don't calculate my age, right? For those of you that are maths with. So he said, what is the backup plan? Right now, it is best to do something that is computer related, right? And at the time, I had done so many other subjects in school, and he was saying, just take a computer class and see if you like it. I took the class, loved it, changed everything that I was doing, and said, all right, I want to become a computer scientist. And I must say that in this age and time, we're in very awesome times with technology. I feel like this is the time to be born and to be alive based on technology, and also things that are happening in the Christian world as well. I just feel like this is the time to be born. And I'm saying thank you, Lord, for allowing me to be born in this era, like really and truly. So today I'm going to show you about learning in the metaverse. So anybody has ever heard, of course you guys have heard the word, the metaverse. Anybody? Just one person? I feel like, because you feel like there's a follow-up question to say, all right, since you have heard about it, what is the metaverse? I'm not going to ask you, have you heard about the metaverse? All right, so it is a term that was coined by Facebook, Meta. But what is it really about? I got a job, for example, at my university to become the first metaverse researcher, because it is the University of Technology, first of all, and we said that our biggest thing or our core thing is technology, right? So anything that is new, we want to always to be at the fore. So somebody has to go out and fish for it, to learn about it really, right? So I was the one that was tasked with the challenge, and it's really been done through the Sagicor Innovation Lab. And when you hear the word innovation, let me tell you exactly what it means. It means that you don't know anything that you're doing. You're going to be creating something that is unique. And let me tell you, as a lecturer, when you sit with your team and we know nothing, we have to sit, break down, start from scratch, review, come back, all of those things. And being an innovator or coming up with things that are unique or being a pioneer is very rewarding, I must say. At the end of the day, when you create something new, you feel so good. But there are times when you do not know, you're just so sad and even depressed, right? Anxious because you want to get the new breakthrough thing that you're doing. So, within that, I just wanted to create the background for where we're at. I always said that I always wanted to be at the fore of technology. There was a course that I did that was called Emerging Technologies. So an emerging technology means that a technology, it is new, right? It might not be new for your region like the Caribbean, not for the, what you call it now, for Europe or the European nations, and even China for the East. For example, they are way ahead of the game, far beyond everything that you ever dream of, right? They are way ahead, but however now, in the Caribbean, we're a little bit behind. I'm not going to say backward, but we need to do some catching up, and that is where you guys come in, right? Young people that are going to take this technological challenge and move forward with it. Understand what I'm saying? We have to catch up with our other Eastern counterparts. So let's talk about what the metaverse is and why I'm so excited about researching and looking at the metaverse. So we said that the metaverse is a three-dimensional space. All of us from mathematics is used to the two-dimensional space, which is an x-axis and a y-axis. All of us draw charts, right, in maths, and we have those two planes, x and y. And now we have a three-dimensional place that has a third plane, which is a z-axis, which is basically dealing with depth. All of us, if you're watching cartoon, you might have seen a flat man, right? Very flat. We are not flat, we're actually three-dimensional. We are whole bodies, if you understand what I mean. We're not flat. When we draw on paper, it is what? Flat. But now we're moving into a space where it's real life, three-dimensional. And that is what the metaverse entails. It's a three-dimensional space with online connection, so you need Wi-Fi, you need data to get on to what you're doing. Understand? And it is able to facilitate commerce, education, socialization, business meetings, and launches as well. So if you're launching a new product, you launch it in the metaverse or in a virtual world. There are actually businesses that are out there right now that they are selling these launches. Like if your business, like let's say that it's a car show and you have a new car coming up, you launch it inside there, and guess what? You will have persons from all over the world coming to that area. So you have persons online from China looking at the car, perhaps putting a bid for the car, but that's what they're doing, selling business meetings and launches in those worlds. So when we look at the metaverse, and it is three-dimensional, right? If it is three-dimensional, it means that you're going to need some three-dimensional assets. And for most of us, if you have ever heard of Blender, anybody have ever heard of the software Blender? All right, so I see a little one artist over there, second artist over there. So basically, you will need to be creating those assets with a three-dimensional tool. So we also say that the metaverse is the next iteration of the internet. What does that mean? So remember we had Web 1.0. Anybody know what is Web 1.0? You guys weren't born in those times. So Web 1.0 is basically, you guys were born in those times, right? Where you guys read about it in your textbook. So it's basically where you'll go on the website and the information is one way, because it's Web 1.0, one way. So you view the information one way. Then we move now to Web 2.0, where we're currently at. So Web 2.0 is where basically there's two-way communication. For example, you go on Facebook, you write a message, somebody can respond to that message online. Same thing with WhatsApp. So now we're moving to the next iteration of the internet. What will that look like? I feel like we have accomplished everything else, right? First, we're pushing information one way, then we're pushing information two-way, so we're going to be pushing information three-way, perhaps. So what the three-way looks like, we say that it's the next iteration of the internet is basically that you will put, for example, all your websites that you have, which is Web 2.0, into a three-dimensional space. So instead of somebody going to directly a website, and go into a shopping cart. Now you can enter a website in a different way, in a three-dimensional store, meaning that you will go into this virtual world, pick up the lotion, look at the lotion and say, no, I don't like the ingredients on the bottle. You can go into the three-dimensional world, look at the clothes and say, no, this clothes don't look good on me. Try on the clothes over your avatar, right? And say to yourself, no, this don't match my skin color, and put it back down. So if you can understand what we are moving to now, we are moving the 2.0 into a three-dimensional world. Some countries are way ahead of us, already starting putting their website in the metaverse, right? And we are a little bit behind. Understand where we're going? Everybody following me? Where we're going? So we move from 1 to 2 and we move into 3. So there's another little term that I want you guys to be familiar with, and this is known as extended reality. So extended reality includes the combination of virtual reality, where all is supposed to engage all your senses, your sight, your hearing, your touch with haptic feedback, and also is supposed to invigorate your senses. So I remember studying once about a machine that was called the Futurama, right? So the Futurama, it was in the 1800s. This brilliant man came up with this machine that he called the Futurama. And in there, you went into the three-dimensional space and he had little movies in there. So while, for example, you're watching the movie, somebody pouring some coffee, the machine relays some coffee scents. So it's almost as if you're smelling the coffee and it's almost like you're drinking the coffee. So you're riding on a horse, for example, somebody riding on a horse, what he did, this is in the 1800s, you guys. The chairs started to rock as if he was on a horse, and then let's say that there is a breeze blowing. Breeze came out of the machine, so you felt like you were riding on the horse in the sunset with the individual, and that is from the 1800s. So it's supposed to take over all the senses, and that is what virtual reality is. Then, remember now we're combining augmented reality, where you're in the real world, but you have some so you have some additional elements that are overlaid with some additional elements, right? And then you have mixed reality that mixes virtual reality with augmented reality. So in all, extended realities is basically different realities combined together along with even artificial intelligence, right? So today I'm going to show you a software that can be used to create lessons in virtual reality. So this is called the Engage software. It's not that expensive. It's about £9 per month, just like our what's the price for Netflix again, students? You guys don't have Netflix account, right? You guys are good students. Wonderful. Keep it up, right? So it's $9.99 to create lessons there. And there are actually several classrooms on the same platform that I'm going to show you. You can actually see how different individuals are able to learn in the virtual world. So I'm going to just go quickly to the site to show you what it is about. Hold on a second.
hear? Can we hear? Come in.
Engage is a virtual communications platform that makes it easy to host your own virtual events, meetings, and classes. Bring together friends and colleagues in a variety of ready-made locations. Customize the locations by adding in 3D objects, images, videos, and audio files. Save these as a snapshot so you can add them in easily again to this location or others at another time. Or create your own persistent location that you and your team can jump back into, enabling you to work together whenever you want. Engage offers a wide range of tools to help you tailor your own events. Host virtual meetings and share presentations and videos with others by connecting your cloud connections or simply stream from web links for your desktop. Set up whiteboards, brainstorm with sticky notes, and drawing sessions where a greeting can. Create virtual events and invite people to join you. Use 3D audio for smaller breakout sessions, making conversations more personal and lifelike. Build your own content in the content editor, adding animations and audio. Then play back your content and recordings for others, so they can relive the experiences you've created. Bring together classmates in your own virtual campus, customized to suit your brand. Host class discussions and presentations in our lecture halls and theaters. Use the 360 room to transport your group on virtual field trips. Or simulate real-life experiences in themed locations to gain a deeper understanding of real-world scenarios.
Alright, so the good thing about the software is that even if you don't have an headset, you can start working here, and with the same login that you log in from the web-based area, you're able to log in with your with your VR headsets. Alright, so you can start building from there. I'm going to log in now just to show you a little bit of what it can do or what is available there. I'm just going to go to the site, which is Engage. So most of what we do, or most of what is done with the metaverse, it relies heavily on your bandwidth or Wi-Fi. So being here today and trying to get everything up and going, it was a little bit of a challenge because it's not like you have the file sitting and you can go up and running very quickly. You have to be patient, and trust me, it teaches me a lot of patience. So we are here, and as you can see, so let's say, for example, that you are learning about water pollution, and that is the topic that you're going through. You'll first have to think about how best can this be represented in virtual reality. So you have to brainstorm and ideate. So when you're ideating, you come up with something, and from there you generate the list of resources that you may need. If you see right here to the side, we have what is known as the files that you're going to be using. So I've used it several times, and for example, let's say that you're going to be using the images. This is where you click here, you make a new folder, for example, and you say water pollution. Now you can get images and also 3D assets that you're going to need, that looks real world, from what is known as Sketchfab. I'm going to show you very quickly. So you create your area right here, because from here you're going to move from here to your headset in order to look at the world that exists, right? So if we're here, for example, and we're in Sketchfab, okay, very quickly. Alright guys, bear with me, I know. It takes a little bit of time. Alright, so great. So this is what the space looks like. So you can either build from scratch in Blender, as some of the students will be familiar with, or you can come here and you can get your three-dimensional assets that you are going to be using. So for example, we're looking for water. We'll come here and we search for water. Now let's look for a river, for example. All right, so let's see this. This is for sale, but if you can look around here, while you're here, for example, it's loading. This is what you have, and basically you can see the three-dimensional, the 360 view that you have. It's for $28. Of course, there are some free stuff that you can get and you will download from here. So when you download from here, then you actually put it into your Engage software. So you will come right here, for example, and you will be storing the different stuff. So it's a 3D image. You'll want to store it in your images folder. So from there, when you move on from here, I'm just showing you a bit, you will enter the Engage software. So it's actually an app. Let me just go straight to the app. Alright, so this is all, we're almost at the end, right? Just bear with me, guys. Just bear with me. Just for password safety purposes, bear with me. So from here, we're here, and we would go to start session, and from here you have different spaces that you can use, right? So we are here, for example, we have a lecture hall if you want to put it in a classroom setting. We also have an area, island forest, and in the island forest it has water, for example. So it's just loading the island forest. And I'm just going closer to the water because we said that we're doing water pollution. if we're learning, for example, about water and you're actually there, for example, and we added the different things that we had stored, so let's say that we actually wanted dead fish to show that lives, aquatic life will be affected with the water pollution. Let me see if I see any more fish, apart from that big white shark. So we see some clownfish, Finding Nemo for example. And as you can see, the small fish is right here, wiggling, and we'll put the fish in the water. So let me get the shark as well. Alright, so this is the Gizmo. Most 3D software comes with one, and I can scale, rotate my fish. So here I'm scaling, and this is going to be too much of a big scale, so I turn it down to half the scale to a 10th. And here I will be scaling my fish. So just by pulling, the sensitivity is too small, so I'm moving it up again. And here my fish getting bigger and bigger, but it also needs to go into the water. So here am I, and this is the translate. Translate just means to move, right? Up, down. That's why Matt's coming with the teacher about the Cartesian plane. It's not just for just learning about the Cartesian plane, right? Comes back in for these other stuff. And if I want to rotate my fish, for example, I'll just rotate him there. And let's make him a little bit bigger, so going back to scale. And then, if I close, I can always duplicate to get more fish here. If we want to get some more assets inside, I just click on this just to clone. And there we have more fish. And we need to put them back into the sea and of course, kill them. But the effect is that once we are in the environment and we actually see the effects versus just telling you guys on paper, you guys putting on a headset, entering the environment, then what we are telling you becomes what? A little bit more real. It's the imagery that will actually last for there. So what I'm saying for us, this is a software that you guys can actually use and employ when creating worlds and bringing across the points to the students. There is actually an animation element as well. Not going to show you because I see that some of you are getting a little bit restless. But there's a way that you can animate, put in the teacher speaking. So perhaps I'm a lecturer, I don't have to turn up the class. No, I actually love my students. I need to turn up the class, right? So the whole point is the virtual teachers, it allows you to record your voice, to record your notes, add different, what you call it now, videos, animation, etc. And then you put it online at the ease of the students, anytime that you want to go and learn at the convenience of the students. You can go on and learn from there. I must say that animation is slow work, right? It takes time, right? So if I'm going to stand here today, it's going to take several revisions to to get everything done. All right, so basically, as I'm saying, is the metaverse is here. It's something that you guys should look at. There are different software that actually have schools. Go to some of these schools online, right? And see what it is, because you may not stay in Jamaica for all your life. You may go overseas to study, perhaps a scholarship in Australia, UK, and this is what you will have to deal with, right? Yes, so be prepared. So this is all I'm going to share with you for today. Thank you all.
All right, please give Mrs. McInnes another round of applause. At this time, I'm going to open the floor for any questions, 3 to 5 questions that any of you might have. Any questions? At the back?
Questions?
At the back.
Come on, walk.
Good morning, everyone. The question that I would like to ask is that if with the 3D models, can they be inputted in like PowerPoint or Microsoft Word to kind of enhance it, the design?
3D models. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. All so even if this is more like, we'll end up with something like a so it seems like it's 3D, but it's not really 3-dimensional. Even though they say that this is 3-dimensional, it's not.
Yes, I think we wanted to know, do you have a list of some sites that we could go to? You have a list that you could...
A list of sites. Alright, so what I should tell you about the Engage platform is actually a gateway that will lead you to other person's sites that you can visit. So whether it is business, whether it's commerce, whether it's shopping, whether it is education, you can go from there to other persons' 3-dimensional websites.
Hi, good morning. What are the requirements for this?
Okay, the requirements? Oh, you mean like the... Alright, so for the graphic card, my machine is 1060, so it's about 1040 and above.
RTX?
Yes. So is that, yeah.
Those graphics cards are very expensive.
They are. Let me tell you, let me just explain to you. When I just started virtual reality, right, I want to tell you, it was very expensive. At the time when I saw it, I said, all right, my school is going to finance. So I had a dream, right? My school is going to finance. And at the time, a headset was about 2,000 US. 2,000. And I thought I was going to get the finance, did not get the finance. And I said, you know, where there is a will, there is a way. And I went to the bank. All right, let me tell you what hurt me. It shouldn't hurt me, but I feel a little way about it. So COVID happened, and I put down the headsets for a while. And then in 2023, somebody called me and said, all right, there's a VR competition, you should enter. And they're going to give you a headset. Guys, the headset that I currently have, that is way better than the $2,000 US headset, was actually $499. So what I'm saying, over time, just like how I don't know if you guys know about floppy disk, right? We move from floppy disk to the thumb drive, and I'm telling you, the floppy disk was way smaller in space, not in size, way smaller in space. But over time, it's going to become cheaper and cheaper. And what I realized, Because Mark Zuckerberg, this is my opinion, wants person to come over to Meta, even Facebook is called what now? It's called? Change its name to Meta to tell you where they want to go with this, right? Facebook is the metaverse, right? So anyway, so what I'm saying is the prices are lowered so that persons can enter. So if I were you, Christmas is around the corner, right? I would call my auntie in foreign, right? All the way over auntie in foreign, or uncle in foreign, all the way up where, right? And tell them at least give you half the money. Alright, I'm not telling you to go and bother anybody, but there are different ways that you can actually try and get a headset. And let me tell you, I am one for learning in the metaverse, and the reason why is that after you finish all this learning, there are some exciting spaces that you can go and do what? Relax, go on a ride, take a Ferris ride, ride a train, something, go in outer space, right? So there's always, even students love to say after them finish, so they must stress. They must stress me out, all right? You can have a little 10 minutes and relax and then come back. I did it once, like I didn't want to, what you call it now, there was a lot of work and I tell you, I just went inside VR and I just go beside the beach, nice beach, right? And visit the White House in America, I tell you, I didn't need visa to go to the White House. I visited the White House, learned everything about the White House from there, because I said one day I'm going to go to the White House. I did, in the comfort of my home. So it's a good deal, right? Go ahead.
Okay, all right, so we need a headset. So it fuses VR and AR. Do they have an AR, an app?
Yes,
an app that we could get into it?
All right, so for the headsets that you have, what I should say and what I left out, that there is a program inside, especially if you're going to go this route, there is a program inside to virtual reality and augmented reality. Some languages that you can use, C++, C#, that you can code your AI and also your VR. The headset that I have is almost entry level. There are higher ones, but it does facilitate AR and also VR. So it's one headset that can do everything, right? Any other questions? All right, so I think that is it. All right, guys, have a blessed day. It was a pleasure having you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. McInnes. As per protocol, we are now going to invite Ms. Shanae Blair to give a token of our appreciation. Ms. Blair?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mrs. McInnes, on behalf of Church Jesus College Technology Department, I present this token to you to show our appreciation for your insightful presentation on metaverse and virtual reality. We have garnered pertinent information on Engage platform and its features. Thank you again, and God bless you.
All right, so please give Mrs. McInnes another round of applause. All right, so understand that many of you are now restless, some of you are hungry. So we are going to move into the intermission part of the program. So at the back we have some refreshments. So we are going to have around 20 minutes to go and refresh yourself, and then we convene at what time? We will reconvene at 12 o'clock. So refreshments are at the back, so please go and refresh yourselves. A point of information, the bathroom is to your right at the back. So if it is that you want to use the bathroom, it's right at the back.
of Adidas.
While you are eating, we have Mr. Reed from BTDI. So if you're interested in animation, please go over there and interact with the tools that you have. Alright?
We
ask all the persons who are standing to return to your seats. All right. All the persons who are standing, I'm asking you to take the seat, please. All right, so with regards to lunch, if it is that you're a vegetarian, I'm going to ask that you come to this booth right here. So if it is that you are a vegetarian, please make your way to this booth right here. All right, so continue with the program. I'm now going to invite Miss Chanel Booth to come and introduce Miss Sandy Shaw, who will be presenting on real-world application of artificial intelligence. Miss Chanel Booth.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for our second guest speaker, Ms. Sandy Shaw, she is presently a lecturer in the Department of Computer Studies at the Michael University College with responsibilities for planning, designing, teaching, and monitoring courses to ensure quality assurance and the overall integrity of the online environment. She is a doctoral candidate with master's degrees in computer science at the UW Mona College, counseling and social work at Michael University. She also holds a bachelor's degree in computer science, also from the UW Mona College, and she is also a bachelor's degree in computer science and law at the UW Mona College. Ms. Shaw has a diploma in teaching from computer science and history from Church Teachers College, Mandeville. She was a trainer in the implementation of e-learning technology training project for over 4,000 high schoolers and teachers, as well as college lecturers. So please join me in welcoming our second guest speaker for today, Ms. Sandy Shaw.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, everybody. No. Good morning, everybody. It's still morning? Afternoon. All right. I am Sandy Shaw, as you have heard, and I am back at my alma mater, Church Teachers College, a world leader in the world of colleges, serving Jamaica for many years. So, as an educator this morning, as a teacher this morning, I am going to be teaching. Church Teachers College persons in the room, you know that when the teacher plans his or her lesson, one of the things that she or he requires is learner participation. So the only thing that I'm going to be requiring from you this morning is learner participation. We're going to be engaging each other. This is a learning exchange, so it means that when I come here, I'm going to learn something, and hopefully you're going to learn something.
So this morning, we're going to be looking at real-world applications of artificial intelligence. Now, quick question, let me see your hand. What does intelligence mean? We have some terms there. Artificial intelligence, we have been hearing it, What does intelligence mean? If somebody says you're intelligent, what does that mean? I need a hand. Remember now, we require learner participation because this is class time. Come on now, man, don't let me have to call on you. Anybody, somebody, I'm in a well, somebody can please take me out? Teachers. Yes, miss, you want to tell me? When you hear intelligence, what comes to me? Talk to me. Loud and clear, teacher. We want the teacher voice. I have the teacher voice even without the mic. You hear it?
I would say someone who's intellectual, someone who has garnered, read the information, garnered it, and knows it.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yes, sir. You're on the floor. You want to respond? Teacher. All right. She says it's the application of knowledge. She says it is the use of the knowledge that you have that you may be innate or something that you may learn. So if that is intelligence, what does artificial intelligence mean? When we add the term artificial to it, what does that mean? Sorry, you're looking at me like you want to answer. You want to answer? No. I don't know what. You don't want to say it out? Anybody else? High schoolers? I see Case over here. Case? Anybody over here want to help me out? What is artificial intelligence? What do you think it means? Come on, man. Yes, miss? No? This group is shy. You want to tell me what is artificial intelligence, my dear? What do you think it means? You're not sure? All right, so if intelligence is actually something that we have, something that is innate, something that is learned, when we think about artificial intelligence, we're thinking about intelligence that man has actually added his or her intervention to, something that man has actually created. Now, if you have a human expert, right, you can take that human expert and you can actually garner all of the information that that human expert has and put it into a machine. And you can get that machine to do just about anything that a human can do. Do you agree with me? All right. Do you also agree with me that if Sandy Shaw is an expert in graphics design and we can train a computer that maybe we don't need Sandy anymore? True? Very possible. All right? So let us begin. What are my objectives for this morning? As the good teacher will tell you, normally when you're teaching, your students need to know what they will be learning. So I'm hoping that you'll gain an understanding of real-world applications as it relates to artificial intelligence. I am also hoping that you will be able to understand what are emerging technologies. You'll be able to identify some emerging technologies that we can use in the classroom. Fair enough? Come on, man, talk to me now, please. Yes, thank you so much. And for the last part, I'm going to have to work hard on objective number 3. Actively participate in forum activities. Now you need to put up your hand for this one. As a person, so I have several persons here, I have several students, I have several educators, and I even have the babies over here. I'm going to ask you one question. No, you are not going to Google, you're not going to search, you're not going to chat GPT, you're just going to think about the word in terms of the context. Are you a digital native, a digital immigrant, or a digital fugitive? You fall into one of those 3 groups. If you think you are a digital native, put up your hand. Come on, put up your hand if you think you're a digital native. No digital natives in here? I see a hand. Any digital immigrants? Any digital immigrants? No? You're a digital immigrant, Mrs. Young? Any digital fugitives? Yes, I see the hand on the fugitive. Oh, you're a digital fugitive. Ah, all right. I don't see any hand. So if you're not a native, you're not an immigrant, you're not a fugitive, what are you? I hear something coming from this side. Who are you? Fugitives. You're fugitives. All right. Now, let me just give a quick overview of the term. A digital native is basically a person who has no idea what the world is like without high-end technology. So, they don't know what lamp look like. They don't know what radio look like. They don't know what floppy disk look like. They have no idea. These little people here, who are probably 25 and under, they are considered digital natives. They don't know what the world looks like without high-end technology. So, almost all of you inside here are digital natives. Digital natives, they don't like paper. They don't like pencil. They don't like books. When you are teaching them, they walk up to the board and they take the phone and they take a picture of it. Right? Yes, those are people. The digital immigrants like this Stephanie down here, I'm sure to go. She crossed over the divide. And if you look in her hand right here, you see she walking up and down with paper. The digital natives don't do that. Right? They have to learn the technology. And guess what happened? Sometimes the divide is very, very hard to cross. Right? Them can't cross it. When they get here, they struggle, they have challenges. They're still jotting down and writing down. The digital fugitives over here, you are not fugitives at all. No, no, no. You are very much digital natives. The digital fugitive is like my grandmother, Mama. Mama will never go into the bank and put her money into a machine. She going into the bank and she finding the teller and she putting her $100,000 with the teller because machine can't take Mama money. Mama is a digital fugitive. She runs away from technology, she hides away from it. You don't have any of you in here, right? No, you don't. Alright? So, teachers in the room, students in the room, we are in a new dispensation. New to developing countries, probably not necessarily new to first world countries. Now, I want your undivided attention again. We are in what is called the fourth industrial revolution of technology. It's called 4IR technologies. When I looked over there a while ago, I saw one of my students, but a student actually drawing and designing on what looks like a graphics tablet, right? When I went to school, we had to do it on paper. So we are in a new dispensation. And if you don't learn anything in here this morning, I want you to remember that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. This revolution has actually started. Let's talk a little bit about it. Now, the 4IR revolution includes technologies like what we call the Internet of Things. So the Internet is everywhere. Let me see the hand of any student inside here who would prefer your mother to pay the internet bill than to buy food if she don't have enough money to do the two. Ah, I see your hand. See them there? See them there? Yes. That is so true. They cannot survive without the internet, right? It is as if they need to be constantly online. The Internet of Things. Robotics. We've heard so much about robotics, right? Virtual realities. We've heard so much about virtual reality. My first experience with virtual reality was at Disney. And virtual reality made me realize that there are some professions that I would never go into. When I went into the virtual reality that took you into space, I was actually dodging boulders and doing all of those things. When I went into the virtual reality that took me on the aircraft, I closed my eyes for the entire journey because it was so real, right? Now, artificial intelligence. This is one that I am going to be looking at this morning. And it is actually changing the way we live and the way we work. Mrs. Delphine, maybe in the next 5 years, I don't have any work because technologies are actually taking over. China has its first AI tutor, right? So they're actually experiencing tutors in China using artificial intelligence, robotic tutors. Now, somebody made mention a while ago of an iPhone. Presenter made mention of an iPhone. Where is sir? He made mention of the iPhone. Now, did anybody see the video the other day where this lady was fighting with a baby in her hand? You saw it? Right. Now, you would have heard that the iPhone has artificial intelligence capabilities. When you watch the video, it appeared as if she dropped the baby, right? Am I right? Yes. Now, what she's arguing is that I did not drop this baby. I gently put down the baby, but because of the artificial intelligence associated with the splicing of the video, it appeared as if I dropped the baby. Is it possible that she did not drop the baby? It is very possible, right? Because guess what happened? I am a graphics artist. I can take a video of you and actually create just about anything with it. Do you remember that Elephant Man? We all know Elephant Man, right? Was actually charged with a gun crime. And he indicated that he was never in the space where they say he was with a gun. It ended up that he never was there. What happened is that his head was taken and integrated into the video. Let me give you another application of AI. President Biden just signed a document protecting the people of the United States from artificial intelligence. What he's saying is that the technology has so much potential that some of us, or many persons, will need protection. And in his speech, he indicated that, listen, all you need is 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3 seconds of somebody's voice in order to fool not their family, but the person himself. To let that person, hearing that replication of the voice, will not know that it is not your voice. That is how powerful AI is. That is how powerful the technologies that we have. If you look at it here, we are moving away from what we call low-end technologies. We're moving away from technologies that are not at the higher spectrum. All right? No. Artificial intelligence will connect persons everywhere. Teachers, educators, you have to keep up with the technology. You know why? Because these students here, they are the ones who are on the ball, they are on the verge. You see how quickly a student took a pen over there and decided to draw and sketch? Because they are explorers. And you will be left behind, educators, if you do not keep up. Let me give you my personal example. Last week, my child came home from Woolmer's Boys and he said, Mommy, teacher said we never did the homework. And I knew that he did it because guess what? I was the one who helped him to do it. It is submitted on Google Classroom. Teacher said she can't find it, but we know that we did it. What happened? I had to walk over to school, meet teacher, carry my laptop, and show teacher, listen miss, this is where it was submitted. We don't want those kind of teachers. We want teachers who are on the ball. We want teachers who are ready and raring to go. Because our students are ready and raring to go. What we're noticing is that many of our students are not staying in our dispensation. Many of our students are moving towards first world countries. Why are they moving? Anybody can tell me? Yeah man, I love the participation. Yeah, and why are they going to Germany? Why are they going to China? The US.
Well, miss, the reason why they're moving is to these first world countries is because of opportunities and infrastructure.
Right.
Because in our countries like Jamaica, person to last one to say Jamaica, they want to go to the US because they get the opportunity, it's a paid job. So, I mean, we are going to be opportunity-wise, that's important.
Very good. And what is happening is that the institutions are aware of that. So at this point, Woolmer's Boys is teaching German to their first formers, right? Because they have recognized that our first formers may not necessarily be staying in Jamaica. STEM. STEM is one of the things that is integrating all of our students. What does STEM mean? Come on. Somebody. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Very good. All right, let us continue. Smart homes. Artificial intelligence allows for things like smart schools, smart homes. Let me see the hand of anybody who has ever taken a tour of Bill Gates' home. Virtually. No? Nobody? All right, so Bill Gates call a house of the future, right? A house of the future, meaning that it is not something out of this world. If you walk into Bill Gates' house, both of us, the experience that both of us have will be different because of artificial intelligence. You are given an armband, right? And that armband is actually programmed to your liking. So what you will see on the wall is actually not the same thing that you will see on the wall. The music that you hear will actually be different. It's like you're in a virtual reality. Anybody would love to live in a house of the future? No? Yes? I don't know what a house of the future looks like, right? So we can't say yes or no. Yes. You'd love to live in a house of the future? Yes. Alright, so yes, we have smart homes, and our smart homes are connected to just about everything. Alright, you have your cars, your phones, your washing machine, just about everything connected in smart homes. Question, do we currently have smart schools in Jamaica? No? Where would we go find, where would we be able to find smart schools? China, Dubai, the Arab Emirates, right? Because what happened is that, as the first presenter made mention, they are worlds ahead of us. Worlds ahead of us. My dear student over there said he would love to be in the US. Teachers, if you go to the US as an educator, one of the first things that you're going to get with your job contract is actually a device. Whether MacBook, whether computer, whatever it is, that actually comes with your contract. So it means that every educator, every student is a teacher or a student of technology. You are not going to be able to exist in this world without technology. Let's think about it. What would happen if the internet should not go for a day in Jamaica? Practice? Let's hear it. Come on, man. And what do you think would happen? I have my participants over here. What would happen?
The whole country would be like rocks, blocks, things. Because nothing will happen. There's no work. It will be like, you know, like, because of
you're dead.
That's what So the whole country will be. So technology is what each Jamaican like. So without technology, no Jamaica.
Alright, so he said the entire country would be dead. It's like you would have gone to a funeral. Somebody is saying, no, that is not the case. Let me hear it, madam. What is it? Hold on.
Basically challenging for us to go on with technology, but we still have to improvise and
we would have to adjust. But that adjustment made my life to be challenging. Did we adjust during COVID? Yes. Was it a major adjustment? Yes. Did some of us find it difficult? Yes. Very. Alright. Now, basically, there are so many tools that are available out there for the use, for use by educators and students. There is a presenter there on robotics, so I won't delve into the robotics too much. There is one tool that you call robot. It's a mechanical device that performs human tasks automatically. Alright? Then you have robotics. Then you have telerobotics. But I won't get into all of these because we have a presenter on this. So let me jump over this. Now, our first presenter, she spoke to the whole concept of augmented reality and those things. Let me see the hands of all those who will be willing to try to engage software when you get a chance. It seems exciting, right? It seems like fun. Very good. So, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, they're basically here to stay. And this is your era, this is your dispensation. And I want to encourage you that learn as much as you can. You don't ever know where you will end up. Somebody said to me, if somebody said to me many years ago that I would actually be teaching, I would tell you who, me, my mother brought me to Church Teachers College, kicking and screaming like a child going to basic school at the age of 16, because I didn't want to be here. Many years later, I am still here. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence captures all of your senses. So the tools that are out there, they take into consideration visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, translation between languages. So artificial intelligence has the ability to do so much. Give you an example, and this is not even AI. During COVID, my son was doing the Spanish exam. Any Spanish teachers in here? And he was finished the Spanish exam in 5 minutes. And I said to him, what happened? He said, well, teacher made the exam in such a way that once I put in the question, the engine spits out the information. So teachers, educators, when you are preparing your lessons, you have to be aware that our students are sometimes one step ahead of you. You have to create them in such a way that it taps into the minds of the students. Because what happened is that the first presenter made mention of the fact that we don't want to kill the thinking skills of the students. Or it was Miss Delphine. We want to ensure that they are thinking. We want to ensure that when they put something into ChatGPT, they don't give it back to you as is. I am having that very same problem. I teach programming, teach Python, teach C++, I teach Pascal. When I give my students program to code, you know what happens? I get ChatGPT code, I get Bard code. How do I know? I can check. Alright? So we have to ensure that as we utilize artificial intelligence, we also ensure that we do not kill the thinking skills of our students. Hold on a minute. Alright. Now, pay attention here for me. Artificial intelligence allows for personalized learning. It also has it allows for intelligent tutoring systems, and it also allows for data analysis. Now, there are students that you're going to have educators that will require specialized access to data, specialized instruction, and artificial intelligence has the power to personalize learning. It has what is called intelligent tutoring systems. These systems can provide instant feedback. Let me see the hands of all the educators in here. When you go out on teaching practice, do you still mark tests for students? Paper-based tests? Are you not? Yes? Let me see the hands now. Anybody still mark paper-based tests? You see them do it. Well, I don't mark multiple choice myself anymore. If I give you a multiple choice test, intelligent system is going to be doing the marking. No. Why wouldn't you use intelligent system to actually mark an essay? Anybody? Cause? Yes, sir? Why wouldn't you want me as your teacher to use AI system to mark your essay?
You would need a teacher to mark it. The reason why you would need the teacher to mark it is because the AI doesn't know what to right or wrong in the essay. True, they could probably pick out some grammatical errors, but they wouldn't really understand what you're trying to mark out in the essay.
All right, fair enough. He is indicating that the AI is not as intelligent as Sandy Shaw to give him an extra mark where an extra mark is needed, because the system is actually programmed in a particular way. And there is no need to be afraid of these artificial intelligence systems, because what happened is that they are programmed. They are programmed by human intervention. All right. Now, in terms of, and I'm coming now, in terms of artificial intelligence, we can integrate it in what we call gamification. Let me see the hands of any student who would love to learn using games. Yes, I like it too. Very good. Is there any student in here whose teacher actually uses games to teach you? Yes? Very good. Now, gamification is also a new way of learning in terms of artificial intelligence. So what happens is that we create the games, we design the games, we create the virtual realities, and we give it to our students. What happens is that students do very well at games. And the reason for that is because it taps into all of your senses. all of our senses. They will tell you that you have visual learners, auditory learners, and other learners, but most of the time, students don't have all their senses tapped into. All right? Now, I am going to ask you to look up here for me. My hair is a bit small. These are the technologies that are fueling the 4IR revolution. So inside of artificial intelligence, wrapped up in artificial intelligence, you need mobile internet. Now, the other day when I picked up my laptop and I looked at it, I was trying to plug in internet cord. And when I look, it don't have anywhere to plug it in. I said, but what is this? We are moving away from wires. We are moving more to wireless connections. Very good, thank you for that. Automation of knowledge. Now, what happened with automation of knowledge is that the human experts are being transformed into machines, which makes life a little bit much easier for me. The Internet of Things. Internet is everywhere. Cloud technology. Let me see, all of you have a Google Drive account, a OneDrive account. Yes, right? No, when you lose, first time when you lose your phone, right? You actually start crying about the SIM card because all of your contacts and all of those things are lost. Am I right? Do we cry about that anymore? No. Why we don't cry about that anymore?
The internet being backed up.
It's backed up, yes sir. Same thing. So we have cloud storage, we have cloud technology. Alright? Advanced robotics, next generation genomics, energy storage and 3D printing. Every child, let me just say it on this, every child, every student who have a cell phone needs to have a charger or some charging port. My son said to me, my phone battery don't die because I'm not using it to do all the things that people use phones to do. Right? So these are some of the technologies that are fueling for IR. Look at this. If you look at it here, there are so many things actually interacting here. And that is why we need to expand. We need to ensure that we are aware of whatever is happening in terms of technology. Now, with that said, I am going to ask you kindly, ladies and gentlemen, to engage me for just a minute or two. 1 second. Hold on, just a second. Alright, so I'm going to use an inference engine. An inference engine meaning an artificial intelligence engine, which is ChatGPT. Now, before I move on, ChatGPT as an AI technology can do just about anything for you that you want it to do. However, just like how you search in Google, you have to give specific information. And if I had more time, I would talk to you about specifically how to search. Let me ask somebody, anybody, give me something that you'd love some information about. Teachers. All right, tell me. Any something that you'd love some information about?
Mainly science. Science.
What about science? So if you're talking to the inference engine, you have to make sure that you're a little bit more specific than that. What exactly about science do you want to know?
Osmosis.
Osmosis? What about osmosis?
How does osmosis happen in animal cells?
How does osmosis
Happen in animal cells.
happen in animal cells?
That's one.
Go. What is happening? It is actually generating information. And is it generating information very quickly? Yes. All right, sir. So you're going to tell me if ChatGPT actually gave you a correct response. So let's look at what the response came up. It says here is a basic example of how osmosis happens in animal cells. It has one, a selective permeable membrane. The second one, it says it has a concentration gradient, and as it says, isotonic solution. Now, if you are not satisfied with that answer, what would you do? What would you tell the institute?
Explain further.
Explain further. And in telling you to explain further, what you would actually do is you would actually refine your search. Alright? So, teachers, give me a lesson plan that you want to get out of. Yes, please, they're pointing at me. Give me a lesson plan that you want to get out of ChatGPT. Yeah, man, you get a lesson plan to write for tomorrow morning, and you don't write it yet, but you want the template. I'm going to be typing it and let's see. Now, what model of lesson plan do you use? The 5E model? 5E. Alright, so we're going to tell ChatGPT that we want the 5E lesson plan. On what? For which grade? For which grade? Microphone people, for which grade?
Grade 9.
Grade 9. On what?
Weight and measures.
Weight and measures? In which subject? In which subject? Which subject?
Weighing and measuring.
In which subject?
Food and nutrition.
Oh, in food and nutrition. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh. Alright, so it's generating. And it tells you ChatGPT can make mistakes, so consider checking the information. Alright, so my internet connection is on. Let's do it again. Weight and measure. Weight and measure. W-E-I-G-A. Oh. Weight. Weight and measure.
Measuring, yeah.
Grade 9. Alright? I'm coming. Alright, so this is my lesson plan. Just a second there. Alright, so it says here is your 5E lesson plan. And we know what are the 5E's, right? Engagement, so it gives me the engagement, it tells me that engagement is for 15 minutes. The explanation should be done, exploration should be done for 20 minutes. The explanation, 20 minutes. The elaboration, 30 minutes. Gives me the evaluation. And also goes to the extent of giving me the homework and the extension activity. So, when you get this lesson plan, you're going to ensure that you take it, you review it, and ensure that this is what you want. But at least you would have had the template. So, my question to you is, and I'm going to start asking the questions before you ask the question. Can anybody at all tell me at least one thing that artificial intelligence can do for you, whether you're a student or you're a teacher? Anybody? Yes, you want to say? No? Students, one thing that AI can do for you. All right, let's see a hand over here. Madam Delphine, I hope you have a prize for the special student over here.
Yes, it is easier.
It makes SBAs easier. And I said, and what is SBA? In case we don't know, for the smaller ones. School-based assessment. All right, I see a hand over here. So I'm talking to the teacher now. I just spoke to the student.
So basically, artificial intelligence can help you to brainstorm ideas, and it depends on the one you use. It can help you with your grammar, and it can check your plagiarism. So,
and is plagiarism something that you do? Unfortunately. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, what I need to leave with you is that technologies are constantly evolving. So the technology that you see today may be a technology that is old next week. All right? So you have to constantly learn. You're on a path to learning all the time because technology is something that here it is today and tomorrow it is no more. Anybody know what is Skype? See, Skype was a thing when I was going to school. So I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for engaging me. You never engaged me much, but at least some of you did. But I want to thank you for listening to me. It was indeed good to be back at my alma mater, sharing with you. Thank you all.
All right, please give Ms. Sandy Shaw another round of applause. All right, so now we're going to move into the question and answer session. So we're just going to entertain around 5 questions. All right? So if you have any questions,
any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Any questions for the presenter?
My presentation was that good? Yes. I related.
So you mentioned that there is a way for you to go with the students with the ChatGPT to generate the codes. Do you use that box testing to do that?
So what we, at my institution, what we have a specialized version of Turnitin. So what happens is that once you give us the information, we put it there and it spits out where you find all of the data. And that is why I tell students that, listen, you can't plagiarize anything at all for me because anywhere you can find it, I have the engine that will actually bring it up. Right? Anywhere at all you find it, I will find it too. Yes.
So I have a question at the back.
Question at the back?
Right here.
Mr. Cross, you have a question?
This that is so smart because what I want to find is that AI checking something like that. Yes. But sometimes what are the students don't use AI and it's appear that they use it. Yeah. Because that's the engineer, how could you tell it? Because several times, because what they're trying to do now with this AI intelligence, if you write some big words, it goes to the AI. So that means that we are not intelligent anymore. So I want to make sure sometimes with that the AI testing has those big words on it and show you what human beings know them too because it's in program AI. AI learns from us. So sometimes for the same information, the AI is saying that it's new information.
Like much of a presentation, right? But yes, we not only have AI engines, we have regular Turnitin that we actually put your data into and we actually check to ensure that the data that you present to us is actually the data that has not been plagiarized. So it will give you how much percent of plagiarism has been there, where did you find it, and it brings up the exact phrases and so on. Alright? So, as you said, it's humans programming, so therefore, no, it cannot learn by itself.
So it's not AI testing something wrong with everything.
I cannot agree with that at all, based on experience. But students are very smart, and I'll give you my last example before I limit the stage. I gave my students a quiz, right? And the quiz actually generates a certificate. And they're supposed to email me the certificate. What did the student do? Student got about 40 something. The student used a tool, a graphic tool, to remove the 40% from the test and actually put on 100. Unfortunately, what the student did not know is that the test results actually come to my email, so I know exactly what you get even before you send me the physical certificate. So, educators, you have to be one step ahead of the game all the time. Alright?
We have a question at the back. So I have a question at the back.
Question at the back? Yes, sir?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, don't you think use of AI takes away critical thinking in terms of students just generating something instead of thinking for themselves?
Is that fugitive? They are fugitive, sir? Yes, and that is why we have to, as we use artificial intelligence for our students, we have to train them, just like how we train them in inference engines, as to how to use the tools. Because with everything, there can be misuse of it. Alright, and as I said earlier, at the start, that as an educator, you have to know how to prepare things like your assessment. So that when the student actually gets this assessment, put it into ChatGPT, put it into Bard, they will have to be able to add their own touch to it. There's nothing wrong with getting that template. There is nothing wrong with getting some assistance with your homework, right? But you have to ensure that you train the students how to use the tool that they are actually given to work with. All right? I hope I did answer your question.
Do we have any more questions for our presenter? All right. With that said, Miss Cindy Shaw, please make your way to the stage.
So like I'm going to be performing, right?
All right, so I'm now going to invite Miss Hanson to come and do a presentation to show our appreciation. All right.
So, Ms. Shaw, on behalf of the Technology Department, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation for your captivating and enlightening presentation as our guest speaker. We are grateful for your willingness to share your time and expertise on real-world applications of artificial intelligence. Thank you for inspiring us with your words and for providing us with valuable takeaways that we can apply in our lives.
I thank you so much, and I thank you for inviting me back to my alma mater. It is really a pleasure to be back here. This is where my tertiary educational journey started. And before I do this, when I came to Church Teachers College, I came to do RE and history. And I went to the RE's teachers class late, Sister Norma. And she actually got so mad at me, I was just trembling as a 16-year-old before. And I said to myself, me, I'm not going to this class here. And I went over to the IT teacher, Mrs. Crosby at the time, and asked her, Miss, will you take me in your class? And she said, yes, ma'am, come along. And that is how I started my technology journey. Thank you so much.
Right, so please give our presenter another round of applause. So at this time, I'm now going to invite Miss Moisha Brooks to come and do the introduction of our next presenter, Mr. Paul Lynch, who will be presenting on robotics in the classroom. Miss Moisha Brooks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored with the privilege to introduce our third speaker for Technology Day 2023 this afternoon. Mr. Paul A. Lynch is presently a teacher at the Mandeville Primary School, where he teaches robotics and ICT. He is also an author of numerous books, illustrator, graphic designer, and game app developer. Paul is a certified EV3 or Lego Spike Prime robotics instructor or teacher from the Carnegie Mellon Robotics Academy. He holds a Bachelor of Education degree from the Catholic College of Mandeville. Mr. Lynch has also coached students to compete in the HEART or NSTA World Skill competition in junior mobile robotics, where they are currently champions. In September of this year, 12 girls of the robotics program took part in the World Robotics Olympiad, Jamaica, WRO, where they were able to make it to the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together and help me welcome Mr. Paul Lynch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and students. It is a privilege for me to be here at Church Teachers College on Technology Day. Alright, so thank you also for that introduction. So today, I'll be discussing and talking about robotics. Right, any students inside of here that likes robots? Alright, only the girls, right? Some boys over here as well. Alright, so this topic is very interesting, right? And it will be very interactive as well. Now, when you hear about robots, what is the first thing that actually comes to mind? Now, a lot of people, they can't really give a definition for what is a robot. They only know about robots from the TV series. For example, movies such as Star Wars, right, Andromeda and so on. Right, now those are fictional robots. Now in those movies and TV shows, those kinds of robots, right, they are humanoids, meaning they act just like humans, right? They can sense everything in their environment. For example, in Star Wars, the first robot that Anakin made, right, that robot there, let me see the hands of those who have ever watched Star Wars, the very first episode of Star Wars. Right, so that robot that he made, that robot can speak over 6 million languages, but there's one language that that robot cannot speak, right, and that is the language of the Sith. Now, that is a humanoid kind of robot, but what we'll be talking about today is robotics in the classroom, right, and the real world robot. Now, are the slides connected? Alright, so the presentation will be on the screen. Right? So first of all, I'll be playing the Tom and Jerry cartoon so that you can have a better understanding of a fictional robot. And we know that Tom and Jerry originally came out in 1940. So this animation here, probably some of us have watched it before, but we didn't think of it as anything but a cartoon. But now there was a debate worldwide about the use of AI. Now, other presenters talked about the metaverse, AI, artificial intelligence, and so on. Robotics consists of all of these elements. It is heavily involved with STEM and also STEAM. Right? So robotics is the only study that incorporates mathematics, computer science, language arts, social studies, you name it. Right? So let us just watch the video first, and then we'll have a discussion.
Stop.
Right, so what we have just watched is just a brief cartoon there called Tom and Jerry, right, from the 1940s. Now, that to us is just a clip, right? But what was actually happening in that cartoon clip, right? So Tom was supposed to do a catch Jerry, but Tom became what? Complacent. He was just there sleeping, laughing, right? Being relaxed. Until what? The mistress there of the house, she got what is called the mechanic, cat of the future. Now, when we talk about robotics and so on, many have the idea that one day robots will just be living with humans taking over and so on. Right? That is just a concept. But is that really possible? Right? I don't think we're there yet, and it will never be possible to have a humanoid robot. Meaning, have a robot just like myself, yourself, your brother, your sister, and so on. Right? Because what? A robot cannot think for itself. All that we are doing with the robot is programming it into a certain language. Whether that language is Python, C, Java, or some other kind of language. Now let us move over to the first slide here. Right, so it says robotics in the classroom, making learning meaningful and fun. Now what is a robot? Right? A robot is a goal-oriented machine that generally can sense, plan, and act on its own, right? Without a human controlling them, right? The goal of the robot is its purpose. Meaning not all robots are the same. For example, the robots that are used on the planet Mars would not be the same robots that we are using in a primary classroom or even in a secondary classroom. Now, as you can see on the screen, right, the robot should be able to sense, to plan, to act. Right? Now that is just an example of one type of robot. Now you might be wondering, this all sounds technical, right? How can I actually make a robot? Right? Luckily, a robot can be made out of any material that you can find. Even if you have a clothespin at home, right, whether it is plastic or the wooden one, a robot can be made out of that. You only need 3 basic elements, right? And that is to sense, to plan, and to act. Now, in that scenario there on the screen, it says what? The wall is 4 centimeters away from me. That is how you'd actually program the robot. It can be X centimeters, X meters, X kilometers, and so on. Now, it says, that is too close, I should move away. Right? So once a sensor there is attached, it will know that if its trajectory is to retrieve a cuboid, right? It should retrieve the cuboid and not run into a wall. Now it says act, right? The robot should perform its purpose. It should go through with the commands that it was programmed to do. Remember that AI is not the one programming this. You're the programmer, right? You're the one coming up with the concepts. Now, you might be saying that now we're in a digital age, we're in an AI age, but why is robotics important, right? Because robotics is the only subject currently now that one has to really be sure of what he or she is actually doing. So, a few days ago, not sure of how many of us heard on the news that in South Korea, a robot actually killed a man in a factory. Right? So the robot thought that the man was a box and actually killed him. Because in that factory, the robot is supposed to lift boxes and so on. So what the robot did was lift up the man and show him over the other part where the boxes are supposed to be held and kept. And that killed him. Now what went wrong in that scenario? Anyone can think what may have happened? Anyone? Go ahead, yes. Right, there was a coding error, right? Now, if you are not coding the robot properly, it will not carry out its correct function, its purpose, right? And the codings will be all messed up. Right? So that is what happened here. Now, it is not all the time that a robot will kill a human in a factory. Right? The only places where we see that robots are killing people left, right, and center is in the movies. Right? Where a robot will appear out of nowhere, start to shoot laser beams out of its eyes and so on. Right? Or fictional robots. But what they're doing in some countries now, right? In Norway and those countries, they are developing robots, right, as security guards, right? So patrolling the streets at night, and they are able to sense their environment, right? So they are able to sense a criminal, they are able to sense illegal activities based on the codes. Now it says here, robotics is a subset of STEM education. Now STEM was already defined: science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We also have STEAM: science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. Now we also have other subjects that are incorporated in STEM: language arts, social studies, modern languages. Now it says children can learn how to program, design, and build their own robots with the aid of simple robots, right? So from a child reaching the age of 5, right? So that child can get a robotics kit, that child can be learning mathematics, that child can be learning technology, that child can be learning computer science with basic codes and so on. Now it starts from simple to complex. So the teachers who are in training here and teachers who are seasoned in the classroom, you know that it starts from simple to complex. Now, the goal of robotics and STEM and so on is to build on a foundation, because this will be the jobs of the future, right? We hear about different types of space explorations. Now, that is one benefit of a robot. For example, how would astronauts, scientists, and so on know exactly what is happening on Mars? Have we ever been on Mars? Right? No human has yet to be on Mars. But by sending robots such as Spirit and Opportunity and so on, they are able to explore. So those kinds of robots, right, although they are outdated now, right? Because what happened to Spirit and Opportunity was that they landed in a crater, right? So in those kinds of robots, they would have what is called a forever loop. Forever, just as the name suggests, continues on and on and on and on, unless the robot gets damaged. It is hit with lightning, right? Some dust storms and so on. Now, robots can actually do a lot of the jobs that humans cannot do, right? So for example, cleaning toilets. Anybody like to clean the toilet? Right, they have robots in industrialized countries that their main jobs are to just clean toilets, right? Now, for the teachers in training, right? And this can go for the ICT teachers, the computer science teachers, the maths teachers, and so on. Right? It says strategies and methods in the classroom of teaching robotics. How is it taught? Is it taught like any other subject? Right? Is there a practical way that robotics is taught? Let us see. Now, on screen you will see social studies, art, language arts, right? Math, and you see the definition here for STEM. Right, so it says the nexus of science, engineering, and technology is called robotics. Right, so robotics is one of the biggest and the hottest subjects right now in great demand all over the world. Right, it says since the inception of STEM, robotics has become a key component of STEM education or STEM robotics. Right, it says robotics offers a microcosm of technologies that augment STEM education, right? So we already said that robotics goes hand in hand with STEM education, right? They are not separate. For example, in a STEM classroom, you can teach on one particular aspect of robotics and also combine it with mathematics. So earlier, when Miss Young was interviewing Genesis and Gabriel, Genesis said that doing robotics has helped her to also become better at mathematics. And that is 100% true. By doing robotics, it can also help you to become a better computer programmer. As the presenter before, right, her points on AI, she said that AI is the in thing right now. For example, giving a student a homework to do, right? That student just use AI, right? To research the topic AI in less than seconds and so on. We'll give you a full-fledged report, like a book, right? But how do we know if that information is really correct? And that is what was happening in some other countries. Students would get a mathematics problem, right? Because they're not really thinking for themselves, and oftentimes they do not know how to do that particular mathematics topic or formula. So they use AI. When they give it to their lecturer, to their professor, to their teachers, everything is wrong. Right? So we have to be careful of what we are gathering. Just because it is called AI doesn't mean that it is 100% correct. All it does is to gather the information, combine it into one, right? And then it would act like it is just original, right? Let us move on. Now, teamwork is essential in robotics. So if you're a type of person you like to work by yourself, robotics may not be for you, right? Now, in our group, let me see the hands of those who like to work in groups. Okay, the girls over there, only the girls over there like to work in groups. All right, and so let me see those who like to work by themselves. All right, so majority, more than 95%, right? Now, if you pursue robotics, and you would have seen the previous robotic Olympiad as well and the Olympics in Singapore, you would have seen a team of Jamaican students from Woolmans and so on, a group of them. Now, the reason why they were able to win that competition was because they worked as a group, right? Now, if you're just a student who likes to work by him or herself, you won't be good at robotics, believe it or not, right? So teamwork is essential, right? So it says STEM robotics is a subject that should be learned, even though it can be very abstract, right? Especially to younger students. So all the younger students will see, the younger age students, right? Just as how I showed the clip, and they will see that Tom is out of a job now because of a robot, right? They don't really understand what is happening, right? Now it says, while reading books about technology or robotics may be the traditional method of learning, right? Building or operating a robot allows for hands-on experience. And that is what is required in all these subjects that we are doing now. Hands-on. It can be mathematics, computer science. You can read the book from now until the world ends, unless you have some hands-on experience of what you're learning, what you're talking about. It will profit nothing in reality, right? It says successful robotics projects require teamwork. So all the work that you see that they do at Carnegie Mellon, they do at NASA and so on, they have to work in teams, they have to work in groups, right? And each group will have a leader, supervisor, project manager, and so on. Now it says results and achievements. Can we actually get results and achievements from robotics? Let me see the hands of those who believe we can. All right. Can we get results and achievements? All right. Let me see the hands if you are not sure. You're not sure if we can get any results and achievements. All right. So all of us really believe we can get results and achievement. Yes, by doing robotics, there is always results and achievement. Right, so I wanted the robot to move 15 centimeters. The robot moved 15 centimeters apart. Very good job, right? I want the robot to move 15 centimeters. The robot moves 100 centimeters and continue. Still some results, right? But would that be an achievement? Right, that would not be an achievement because what was the goal to begin with? For the robot to what? Move 15 centimeters and stop. are part. So there's always results and achievements. But it is up to you, the coder or the programmer, to determine what kind of achievements you are seeking and what kind of results. Right? So it says the focus on hands-on learning with real-world applications helps develop a variety of skill sets, including creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, right? Curiosity, decision making, leadership, entrepreneurship, and 21st century skills. Now, 21st century skills is very important, right? That is where the world is heading to, and right, by the next century, 22nd century, right, then 23rd century, and so on, right? These skills will further their continuing education and prepare them to be innovative, right? So you see those students, those individuals who can build things, right? They can program, they can code, and so on. Those are the jobs that will be in high demand in the future. Not so much the traditional jobs that we are doing now, right? Notice the presenter before, she said that in some classroom, they want to replace teachers with a robot, right? Are we at that stage yet? Only in our minds, really, right? But that will not be possible. Can a robot do exactly what a human can do? No, right? So a student supposed to come to school at 8 o'clock, right? And the student walk in at 2 p.m. and the robot is up there. Will the robot be able to tell that Johnny should be there at 8 o'clock and not 2 p.m.? No, right? So we have to really think things through. But what is causing a lot of confusion in the world today, as I said before, is the fictional concept of robots. Right, now the flipped classroom. Any of the teachers in training here have ever heard about the flipped classroom? Right, so this is one of the biggest methods and strategies that we can use to actually incorporate robotics. Now it says the flipped classroom models are becoming more popular in robotics education. Now, as they allow students to explore and practice robotics concepts at their own pace and level. Meaning, this is what we actually mean here. Robotics is not like your traditional subject where teachers say, you know what, finish your homework in the next day and hand it back to me. No. In robotics, a student can be working on a project for weeks and months, or even a year long. And it doesn't matter to the teacher, because it is student-centered. It is the student's own development, right? The students have to master a certain level before wanting to reach to another level. So that is what we are actually talking about here. It says, while receiving guidance and feedback from instructors and peers, right? You bring your project to your teacher says, yes, you're doing a good job. Your teacher might give you a gold medal, a silver medal, a bronze medal, right? Not literally, figuratively. Meaning the teacher said to you, Johnny, your project is very good. You were able to let the robot lift the cue bar. You were able to let the robot avoid obstacles and various challenges, right? The bronze would be, you know what? The robot was able to move the object partially, but Johnny, you need more work. Now, teacher, don't rush Johnny and say, Johnny, you need to get this done by weekend for Monday morning. No, Johnny can take all the time to develop his skills in the subject, right? Now, flipped mastery. There are 3 levels of flipped classroom, right? Now, the flipped mastery, this model can be ideal for more practical robots learning resources, like building or programming robots, or applying robotics concepts to real-world problems. Same thing in mathematics, real-world applications. Students cannot learn the maths because the teacher at times don't link it to any real-world scenarios. The student only see it as a theory. The student only see robotics on TV, but have never interacted with a robot, has never coded anything before, right? So it becomes just what? A theory. But when you start to put that theory into practice now, it profits a lot. Now, it says, are applied robotics concepts to real-world problems. However, it may require more time, resources, and support from peers and instructors. The flipped mastery model is an advanced form of flipped learning, where students progress through a series of learning objectives or modules at their own pace and demonstrate their mastery of each before moving on to the next. Why is this critical and vital and very important? Because if you don't master step A, how can you master step B? If you master step B, then you can move on to C. So even when I'm applying the robotics concept in my classroom, I do not rush the students. I don't say to the students, you need to get this tomorrow. You need to get this by weekend. We have a competition next Tuesday. No. Our goal as part of the community box is not to see who can get the most medals and trophies in robotics. Right? So that is why you see that the program is applicable right now to only girls. Because what we find out is that after secondary school, a lot of the girls move into other jobs, right? So you don't hardly see a female want to become a mathematician, want to become a computer programmer, right? Want to do something in robotics. So our goal is not to see, well, we scored a win last week, now we have 2 trophies. Not like that, right? Our goal is to build the love of STEM, right? To build the love of STEM in the girls. All right, so let us see. And that concludes the presentation, right? So that concludes the presentation. Right, so now we have the floor open to questions. Alright, so Ms. Sharp as well will be showing you one of the EV3 that the girls have built, and they use that in the World Robot Olympiad. Right? So that is from the Lego. Right? So imagine Lego came out in the 1980s, early 1980s. 40 odd years later, Lego has become one of the biggest things in the world. Right? So it is like you plant a seed. You plant a seed and the fruit takes a while, but in the end it is worth it. Right? So questions?
Yes, we wanted to know though, like, how do you, what age do you start exposing them to?
All right, so the age from earliest age 5, right? So from the earliest possible age, 4 or 5, right? So even at the infant school level, right? The students can start to learn to build, right? Using the Legos. And don't, even if the child is building foolishness in your eyes, don't stop the child. Because it is her imagination. She knows exactly what she's doing or building, right? So from the earliest possible age of 4 or 5, they can get involved just by building and so on.
So at Mandeville Primary and Junior High, which class how do you select the students that you use?
All right, so here at Mandeville Primary School, right, Mrs. Sharp, she teaches robotics to the students of grades 1 to 3, right, and I do upper school. Now, to select the girls that are a part of community box, what we would actually do is to check their records and also encourage the girls to sign up for the program as well and to complete questionnaires. Because sometimes the girls can say, oh, I love robotics and I love this and that. But when it gets difficult in the latter stage, some may quit and say that this is not for me. but you have girls and students who are persistent enough, right? They don't just stop at the first failure or trial. So that is why robotics is so complex, in a sense. It is no easy subject really, because when I'm coding, when I'm programming, and it doesn't work right, should I just give up now and say I cannot bother, or should I just work until the problem is solved? And sometimes even as a teacher here, I'll spend hours and hours on codes and still not get them right, right? So that is the beauty with robotics. And there's no being ashamed of not knowing something, right? So if a student said to you as a teacher, how is this possible? What are you building? Are these codes correct? Right? You don't need to lie to the student. Just tell the student the truth. Right? But you see the teacher that knows everything, right? In the latter end, the children will have no confidence in that teacher. Right? So with robotics, teacher is making errors, students are making errors.
I have a question. How does the robot work?
Alright, so good question, right? Do you mean that kind of robot or robots in general? Alright, so that one works using a brick, right? So Ms. Sharp, could you turn on the brick as well? So the brick is also called the brain of the robot. And it can be connected via Wi-Fi, or you can use cables to connect it to a computer or a phone, right? And you build your codes on the computer or on the phone. So the blocks of codes would cover the computer science aspect. So computer science is not just for high schools and so on.
I think they want to see it here.
Definitely. So let us see what codes are on it to see. Alright?
I mean, could you like put it there and see it move?
Definitely. Alright, go ahead.
Let it do so.
So let us see what kind of codes are on it. Alright, where's the other one? The other one is... Alright. Right, so that's the codes there. The girls coded it to be used in the WRO. Right, so the WRO challenge this year was based on... Right, it was based on the concept of oceans and marine life. So all participants were learning about ocean life, marine life, logistics, and so on. But you can put as many codes as possible on it, right?
Okay, so we have computer science students here. So there's been, all right.
Okay, so that is what happened based on the codes, right? So it will not just stop automatically like that because it is coded, right? Right.
You're not worried because you can build it that, right?
Right, we're not worried. And I haven't built anything in a long time, so the girls will have fun again building.
Okay, great. All right. So I have one burning question for you because we had hoped for some subject specialists to be here today. I noticed that you went to Carnegie Mellon.
Right.
How would our computer science students, we have some programmers here at CTC, how could they get into a program like that?
All right, so as you know that Carnegie Mellon is one of the leading universities in terms of robotics, computer science, maths, and so on. Now, students can actually reach out to that department, right? So the college here could reach out, right? Showing interest in a particular subject that they want to study, and from there Carnegie Mellon will respond, right? And probably give you an offer your scholarships and so on, right? So it is just like you want to go to Church Teachers College. You would apply for it, right? Or you contact the support officer there to get more information. But we actually got involved with Carnegie Mellon University was through our sponsors as well, right? Our sponsors of the community, but it's based in New York, right? And we have other countries, for example, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Africa, different continents and so on. And the program is geared towards only girls, right? And we got sponsored to study there at Carnegie Mellon University to teach robotics and so on and to learn the concepts and so on. At first, before robotics, I was saying just let me go and teach maths. At least I'm familiar with maths. But then gradually, as I became aware of robotics and its importance, then I started to have a love for robotics and I started to understand why it was actually important, right? At first when I saw those things, I'd run from them, right? Because I had no idea, how do you program this thing, how this thing work, right? But here at Carnegie Mellon, the instructors, the professors and so on, right? They explained, right? They provided the necessary resources so that we could complete the course successfully. And not just, well, our training here in the EV3 K-12, it took, how long did it take again? Right, it took us a month. So when you have a background in tech already and so on, it doesn't take you long because all you want to do is to certify yourself to teach it. Right, you want, because here in the United States, everything has to be certified. Although you have the knowledge of computer science as well, if you are not certified to teach it, they won't let you teach it and so on. Right. But just to wrap up though, if there aren't any more questions, you can learn robotics from many online sources that are also credible and legit. Right? You can also learn the software aspect of it as well. You have Coda-Z, you have YouTube videos, right, with various robotics experts, right, in EV3s, in Lego Spike Prime, and so on. So that is how you build up your skills, right?
All right, let's give our presenter a round of applause. Mr. Lynch, I'm going to invite you.
Okay.
At this point, I'm going to invite Ms. Charlton to come and do the presentation to the guest presenter. Ms. Charlton.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Lynch, on behalf of the Technology Department, we thank you for sharing your knowledge on how implementing robotics in the classroom is meaningful and fun. Your expertise has illuminated the intricacies of this dynamic field, and it is inspiring for all of us. To show our gratitude, it is my pleasure to award you with this token.
All right, thank you. It was my pleasure being here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lynch, for that wonderful presentation. So at this point in time, we are now going to pause for lunch. So the designated area for lunch is at the back. So ladies and gentlemen, please go and refuel your minds and your bodies. We will reconvene in 30 minutes. So go ahead.
Thank you. figures funny. Shoes alone, no bill. I know for them, lose them soul to gain the world. We don't switch for the team later. No for influence on people. Them just let out no friends, them neither. I know for them, lose them soul to gain the world. We don't switch for the team later. When them talk about one sit, man, we up, give one friend them. When you are the young.
Alright, just a quick announcement. Did anyone lose any money? Please check your pocket. So if you have lost your money, please can come to me. Yes, please check your pockets. Alright, so I'm assuming that no one lost any money after all. Right? I'm not seeing anyone coming to me. All right, I'm going to ask all the individuals who are standing to please return to their seats. means that you're finished with eating. The garbage bin is right at the back. I'm going to ask everyone to settle down for me. Students who are standing, I'm asking that you kindly make your way to your seats. All right, so at this point we are going to circulate some vouchers. On these vouchers, you're going to have a PIN that you can type in to get internet access. So multiple persons, they can use the voucher to gain access to the internet, CTC Wi-Fi. All right, so just circulate the vouchers after you're finished with it so that everyone can get a chance to connect to the internet.
You have already? No, Mr. Simpson. No, my marketing teacher. It's a game already.
All right, so once you have connected, please indicate by raising your hand. Once you have connected to the Wi-Fi, it is CTC Wi-Fi, so please indicate once you have connected to the Wi-Fi. All right? I've connected. All right, so have we all connected to the Wi-Fi? All right. So, by a raise of hand, can I see the persons who are connected to the internet, whether via plan or Wi-Fi? Just raise your hand. Raise them high so I can see them. At this point, we are now going to invite Mr. Sergeant Small to come and introduce our next presenter, Ms. Dominique White, who will be presenting a little on augmented and virtual reality. Mr. Small?
So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty and students, it is a great pleasure that I introduce our fourth guest speaker for today, Ms. Dominique White. She is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree at Church Jesus College. With a remarkable educational journey and wealth of experiences, Dominique White embodies the spirit of leadership, innovation, and service. Ms. White is a graduate of Hampton School for Girls, where she excelled academically, earning high achievements in subjects such as English, mathematics, social studies, and information technology. Her passion for learning extended in the classroom as she pursued a diverse range of interests, including the principles of business, principles of accounts, biology, and Spanish. Notably, she also holds certifications in tourism and software development, reflecting her dedication to continuous learning and skill development. During her time at Hampton School for Girls, Ms. White was not only a dedicated student, but also an active leader within the school community. She served as a bus monitress and sub-prefect, demonstrating her commitment to foster a positive and inclusive school environment. Her involvement in the Information and Communication Technology Club, Environmental Club, and her pursuit of sign language studies underscores her multifaceted engagement in both academic and extracurricular activities. Beyond her school community, Ms. White extended her impact to the broader society through her roles at Jamaica Innovators Youth Vision for Change JIVYC. As Director of Education and Information and the Records Officer, she played a pivotal role in driving positive change and empowering young youth through innovative initiatives. So in addition to her academic, spiritual, and leadership accomplishments, Ms. White is a passionate advocate for community engagement and youth development. She serves in the capacity as head altar girl for St. Teresa Roman Catholic Church and on the decoration committee at St. Paul of the Cross Cathedral. Her dedication to service and her diverse skill set makes her a role model for aspiring leaders and change makers. Outside of her professional and academic pursuits, Ms. White enjoys taking care of others as a training nail care attendant, listening to music, and decorating, demonstrating a well-rounded approach to life and commitment to personal growth and fulfillment. Here to present on augmented and virtual reality, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our next guest speaker for today, Ms. Dominique White.
Good afternoon, family. Okay, so this afternoon we will be bridging the gap between the real world and the virtual world. Anyone know what I'm talking about? We hear virtual reality, we hear augmented reality. Anyone knows what it is? Alright? So we will be beginning with virtual reality. Okay, so virtual reality basically removes persons from the real world and immerses them into a virtual world using a head-mount display or a headset. So this is the use of computer technology to create stimulated environments. So it places the user inside of a 3D experience. And it uses all your senses. So when you're using virtual reality, you can see, you can feel, you can touch. Some of them trick you into smelling stuff also. We'll be looking at a short clip from someone who has actually experienced the virtual reality setting. So in that clip, they were playing zombies. So I figured that the zombie was maybe chasing after someone, because I'm hearing her screaming, right? Okay, so in a world of in this world, users can move around in all directions, manipulate objects, and more. We'll be having further examples of these where we will be looking at how we can basically use this to spice up the education, because we as students, we don't like a boring classroom, don't we? We're tired of being drop asleep in a classroom. Alright. So we're going to give some of our teachers here some ideas on how to make the classroom a bit more engaging for us, right? Alright. So this is used in healthcare, gaming, automotive, architecture, and of course in education. So some places that use this: Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Samsung, Honda, BMW, Jaguar Land Rover, the Flight Simulator, and of course Sony PlayStation, which I guess, who still use Sony PlayStation? Can I see raise my hand? No gamers in here? Okay, so when you're doing animation, you use it. Anyone else? We'll be looking at a next video. This one, you basically place them into the virtual reality with a little English.
Baby, don't wait when you see, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animals, make you feel
virtual classroom. So, this can be used in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and math. You can also use it in history and social studies, to learn a new language, and to go on virtual field trips and lab simulations. So the pros of using virtual reality in the classroom. So one, it immerses learning experience. You are engaged and motivated. You have improved retention and comprehension, and an accessibility for students with disabilities. So when we're going on virtual field trips, for some of those students who cannot go out there, we can bring the virtual reality to them. So they will basically go on the field trip without even having to move from their seats. But we know, while having pros, we also have cons of using this, right? Yes. In everything that we use, we have a benefit and a disadvantage, right? Right. So, the disadvantage now, you have to purchase it. And the purchase and training of it is very expensive. And some might not have equal access to it because maybe based on the number of students and the limited ones we can have, we might not be able to purchase all. And of course, the impact that it will have. Now we'll be going sightseeing. Are you ready for a little trip?
Yes.
Anyone ready for a little trip?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking at Corinth. So basically this is where we can go, we can view Okay, so we'll be looking at the type of teeth in the skull. So you can move around and you can see the teeth. They're labeled. We can see the incisors, the premolars, the molars, and the canines. We can also look at the stomach. Who knows the parts of the stomach? Yes. And the actual stomach, right? So we can move it around, we can play with it. And we can also look at the heart. So as we see, there's a lot of stuff we can do with this. So to teach science, you can use this website, right? Any science teachers here? No science teachers? So we have, and we can actually flip them, right? We can move around. Anyone know that that's how the valves in the heart work? So, but we have bio students in here then. Can I see hands of the bio students?
Okay, so when you're preparing for exams, you can use this, alright? We have a lot to share. We can also look at the skin. And we can also look at insects. We can look at the plants. We can do a little physics, a little chemistry. We can look at the water cycle. And we can lastly look at the solar system. But before I even go to augmented reality, anyone in here planning to use the app that I just showed you? Yes. Are you planning to? Are you really planning to? Yes. Alright, so on to augmented reality. So augmented reality is an interactive experience. It simulates the real world by using apps. So software, apps, hardware such as AR glasses, they are what augmented reality is. So it overlays the digital content onto real life objects. So the paper that you have in your hand and the pencil, we will be using them. So as we go along in the presentation, we're going to get an app to download, and based on that app, we can draw anything that we want. So it will be projected onto the paper and we can draw it, right? So this allows the users to become one with the system that they work with. It is often used in medical training, interior design, marketing, and education. So the components used for augmented reality are a processor, display, sensors, and input devices. Anyone know why these are used or how they are used in augmented? Anyone want to take a guess? Anyone? Anyone for sensors? So we all know input devices. Well, the computer students are more familiar with these terms. So input devices are used. So we basically can press and play around with what we want. These are connected to sensors that move around, and the display is what we see. But for all of this to happen, it has to be processed. So when you're touching, it has to go through a processor. So when we're using our phones, everybody in here have touch screen phone, right? The latest. No, we still have people in here using button phone? So we're using button phone out here. So for all the, so for example, with button phones, when you're pressing, doesn't it make a sound? Okay, so you are pressing on the sensors. The sensors are connected to the buttons. So when you press, for example, you're typing a message, right? And you press, and you want an A. Don't the A come up? What you see is the A on, isn't it the display? Alright. When you're pressing the A, the buttons that are connected, it is connected to something underneath here, right? A whole memory chip. So when you're using it and you're pressing it, it is pressing on the sensors, right? Alright. So we can also integrate augmented reality by giving students ownership of the education experience. So teachers can use this to deliver content through apps. So students can basically put together their project with apps and share it in the classroom. So creating these lessons, you can use them to enhance rather to replace. Some more traditional approaches like the chalk and talk. Anyone know what chalk and talk is? When a teacher just go and write it on the board. So the chalk and talk. No one knows what that is, and teachers write it on the board and go around and be like, oh, this and that. And you don't really understand, and then every time you ask the teacher to explain, maybe they don't even know. They just give you one set definition, you're like, Miss, can you explain? And you're still getting the same thing, the chalk and talk. So with using these methods, we can also have their pros and their cons. So this can create interactive experiences with your coursework, so it doesn't have to be boring and you're because, oh, I don't want to do it. I don't see the use or why me I do it because me not use it either ways. No, you can have fun while doing it. You can collaborate. Most persons nowadays have an issue with, as you would say, group work. So you have one member who may be carrying the entire load of the group, and then you have a couple members who are just sitting there. So with this, they would be more motivated to say, okay, I will help and do some work. So, motivation. Your learning games. If the work is interactive, you would want to learn, right? If you have hands-on learning experiences, wouldn't you want to continue and go further?
I would not.
Why would you? You would, alright. And then you're basically immersed, right? So the cons. This can be unreliable. You can have malware, you can have man-in-the-middle attacks, and you can have damage to your physical equipment. To go further into the cons, so, unreliable content. So content is created by and delivered by third-party vendors. These are authenticated content generations and transmission mechanics. These are still evolving. So just like AI that just came out nowadays and we're still using it, and they're saying, oh, it can give you false information, same thing with augmented reality. Because it is man-made created, so it's not perfect. And also, hackers. Say you want to actually look at something, you won't know what you're actually seeing because someone can hack it. So you can say, oh, you're looking at this and you're looking for this. And when you're actually looking at it, something else comes up. So if we're using this in the classroom or with underage students, I would ask that you watch what is happening because anything can happen. Malware. So malware are malicious content that they're basically into the application. So we know it as viruses. So when you're uncertain, say you're watching a YouTube video and ad comes up, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to click the ad? But how many of us see the ad and it might be a game that we're interested in and we actually click it? You put yourself at risk for getting malware. So basically you're getting a virus. It can be possible, doesn't have to happen. So you're not supposed to click on them. So you can be a host in websites. So it can, as I was saying, you cannot know if it is a malware until you click on it and then you see your computer maybe moving slow and everything, right? So man-in-the-middle attacks. So the communication between the browser
and the provider and the channel owners, these are third-party sensors. These can also be hacked. So, say you're using this, right? And then you just see everything go black. And then something else comes up, something that you might think is not appropriate. You can be considered as a mal in the middle attack. So lastly, physical damage to the equipment. For persons who own an augmented reality store, they are at risk because you might try on the equipment and walk away with them or leave with it, which is very expensive to get back. So the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality. Virtual reality is completely virtual. Users are controlled by the system. It requires a headset and it enhances virtual reality. Augmented, this is a real world setting. Users control their presence in the real world and it can be accessed by your smartphone. So now we're going to take a next field trip and actually place an experiment with some things that some apps that we didn't know are augmented reality. Anybody know Angry Birds? Yes. That's an old game, right? Yes. Now you're going to know that it was actually augmented reality. We'll also be looking at humans. So we'll be seeing their bodies, and after this I'll be asking you to download an app, and we're going to experience even more. So when we look up in the sky, we see the moon, but we don't know that there are hidden things inside of the moon. So when we look at the moon, we see something called constellations. Anyone know what that is? A hand at the back. So a collection of stars. But did we know that they were named? Yes. So when you look around, for some students who would like to know about the moons and all those stuff and all the stars, we have Hercules right here. So can someone instruct me on how to play Angry Birds? So we're going to, alright. So they're telling me to buy a hat. Which one should I pick? Middle?
Okay, so I got 20 black pearls. What can I buy with them? No. All right, what kind of hat? Do we want a chocolate hat? Since Christmas season here, do we want a Christmas hat? My bird look pretty, right? Alright, now let's see what he can do. Alright, so what do I do next? I'm going to turn my bird into a slingshot, right? Where do I aim for? You're going to the top? Top or middle? Middle? Is that right? Lower? All right, where do I aim for? Right here? Well done. Now we'll also be looking at the human body. So we can look at the skull. We can see the teeth marks, right? We can look at the inside to see where your brain is actually set. Technical difficulties. Okay, in the meanwhile, we're asking you to go to your App Store or Play Store and we'll be downloading AR drawings. for those using Android and we're going into the Google App Store, we'll be seeing one with blue and there's a lady face. Are we seeing that one? So that's the one that we're downloading. Alright, so for those who have downloaded the app, we'll be using the trace with tripod. So we can put the paper on a flat surface if you have a book, and you can choose any of the drawings that you would like. Okay, while we experiment, we have
How is it going? Any drawings completed? I'm seeing some beautiful drawings. I see some rabbits. I have seen a penguin. I'm seeing an apple.
your participation, and I hope you learned something that you may use in your classroom or use for your own purpose.
All right, all right, all right. May I have your undivided attention, please? Everyone settle down for me, settle down. Everyone settle down for me. Dominic, you take this. All right, so as per protocol, we are now going to give Miss Wild a token of our appreciation, and Miss Morris, she will be leading this exercise.
On behalf of Church Teachers College Technology Department, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for your outstanding presentation. I acknowledge your expertise on the topic. We are truly amazed by your presentation, so thank you.
All right, please give Miss White another round of applause. So, continue with the program. So, gracing the stage, we have our very own Miss Shante Gibson, who will be doing a rendition of the Terrence Riley song, My Day. So, please give her a warm welcome.
Give thanks for life.
Today we rise by the sunrise, my bright and my upright, no one can run my vibes. I'm in a cure who won't fight and who won't criticize, I'm on the higher heights. So you can say what you want to and do what you want to, it's no concern to me. But come on, I'm my own vision, me dep on my own mission to rule my destiny. Oh, it's my day to do anything I want to, and it's my time, and I use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every action. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. I beg you easy now, give me some breeze, you know, and don't invade my space. I'm in a different place, different phase. I'm moving on my way. So if you feel like a champion, then nothing can go wrong. This one is your song. Put away your troubles, put away your worries, and help me sing along. Oh, it's my day to do anything I want to, and it's my time, and I use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every reaction. reaction. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. It's my day to do anything I want to, and it's my time, and I use it any way I want to. It's my I don't care what they think or what they say about me. Look out, world, here we come, up and running. Is all I'm saying. It's my day to do anything I want to, and it's my time, and I use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every reaction. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life.
Give her a bigger round of applause than that. All right. We're almost at the end. Musician. All right.
Be good to your body now.
All right, so at this point in the program, I'm now going to invite Miss Kimona Scarlett to come and propose the votes of thanks. Miss Scarlett.
No duty is more important than that of giving thanks. James Allen. Guest speakers, specially invited guests, students and teachers from the various schools, and all others in attendance, good afternoon. It is an honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Church Teachers College School of Technology. Sincere thank you is extended to Dr. Dempster for your warm and hearty welcome. Mrs. Sachelle Lynch Mackins, thank you for your wonderful presentation on the metaverse, explaining interactions of the internet, using the metaverse to launch businesses and the future generation of technology. Your information on these topics will be very useful, as I'm sure it will be implemented in our daily lives. To Miss Sandy Shaw, presenter of real-world applications of AI, we're extremely grateful for your very interactive and engaging presentation. Your breakdown of digital natives, fugitives, and immigrants was very precise and clear, and we were all able to relate to a category. The provision of information on the fourth industrial revolution, how it has changed cultures, and the urge for teachers to be up to date with technology is also greatly appreciated. A big thank you to Mr. Paul Lynch for providing much value to our audience. Your insight on robotics and the importance of teamwork in robotics is greatly appreciated, as it provided useful information to aid in the advancements of education systems. I also want to express gratitude to you for educating us on flipped classroom, which was fairly new to most of us. To our final guest speaker, Ms. Dominique White. The strongest sense of gratitude is expressed for the sharing of your knowledge on augmented and virtual reality and how it can be advantageous in education and marketing. We were all inspired by your presentation and will surely implement it in all areas possible. I must also mention a deep sense of appreciation for the lecturers and students of the technology department for hosting this event, and to the volunteers, your works behind the scenes, the sacrifices made, and the time spent to prepare for today's event. To our specially invited guests, the schools that journeyed from far and near, Mandeville Primary School, Mandeville Infant, Bel-Air High, Mile Gully High, Hampton School, Roger Clark High, Case, VDTI, students and lecturers of Church Teachers College, IT and media personnel, Mrs. Williams Young, Mr. Darnell Scott, the praise and worship team, Mr. Kemar Thompson, the Year 1 Human Ecology students, Ms. Shantae Gibson, Ms. Moisha Brooks,
Ms. Chanel Booth, and Mr. Sergeant Small, and all those who participated and made today's program a success. Our hearts are filled with appreciation. Thanks to you as well, the audience, for your cooperation and interaction with each presenter. A big thank you to our moderator, Mr. Javin McNichol, for his enthusiastic delivery and careful guidance of the day's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, students, all others in attendance, and those who participated in our Technology Day, making it successful and informative despite the stormy weather conditions. Again, I extend hearty thanks for your sacrifices. Thank you.
All right. So, to put a cap on today's proceedings, I just want to say a big thank you for all the individuals who came out today. Today, I can say, was indeed a success, so please give yourselves a round of applause. All right, so before you go, at the back, we have some booths and we have some presenters there. So please take around 2 to 5 minutes just to walk around and peruse these stations and see if you can learn anything about technology. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do thank you for coming. For Magati High School and New Forest, we also want to say thank you for coming. You would have journeyed all the way from St. Elizabeth, so thank you for coming. Just a quick announcement for all the technology students. You're asked to remain behind, all right? All members of the technology. All members, all students of technology, please make your way to the front.
Before we leave.
Miss Campbell, you're needed at the front. Please come and take your picture with the students. Mr. Authors, you're also invited to come. Mr. Thompson, you're needed at the front.
Needed at the front, Mr. Thompson. You're needed at the front, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards.
You're needed at the front, sir.
You're needed at the front, Mr. Edwards. Where is Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards.
Scarlett
at the front, sir.
Miss Scarlett, please go and join the picture.
Scarlett.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
You're part of the technology department.
Mr. Small, Scarlett, please come and join the picture.
All technology students, please make your way to the front.
All technology students, please make your way to the front. Technology students. Where are the technology students?
Mr. Musician, Mr. DJ, please make your way to the front as well.
Mr. Pierre. Mr. Moderator, you're needed at the front. You're needed at the front. Not at the back.